Action Pets Gaming. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. Laid back. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Throwing parts. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right.
All right, we've got an afternoon, early evening random build stream. I just got home from work like 20 minutes ago, maybe 30. And I'm like, same thing as the other day. If I sit down now and don't do something, I'm going to waste the rest of the night. So I figured, and I probably wouldn't even have gotten on here to build or anything. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do a random build stream, see what happens. We'll go from there. It is Wednesday. I've got about 11 minutes after the 5 p.m. hour, at least from where I'm sitting. I know some of you are still sitting there in the past, and some of you are even in the future, but whatever present you happen to be in as you're watching this, I hope it's going good. And it is also September the 10th of 2025. All right. Since I don't organize well enough, I try to do the date and time of the streamings. And we got Throttle Jockey, what's going on? How you doing? And we've got Malinsky, welcome, welcome. All right, we're gonna have to do some destroying. I want to try something now. I did add a mod. added the complexity mod. And I added one that's supposed to fix the, but I don't know if it's working on experimental. Actually, you know what? Right. We're gonna try it here. So you know how the round rock hopper jets, the spinny fan ones, like 2 of them work. The mod's supposed to fix that. I tried it the other night. Didn't seem to do anything. All right, we have a fresh start here, so we're going to probably do a fresh start. I was experimenting in this spot, and I'm going to continue that. I'm going to do a little a little R&D. Fuss around a little bit. I should probably start rethinking some of my builds as well. Can you scrap these things, by the way? Yeah, this is my favorite ship. Simple, sleek. That mod's not working. That really pisses me off. Not really. It bums me out. Only one is working. 2 are working. Like, all of them should work. Alright? Why that kind of thing isn't working right now? I mean, I'm hoping they fix it. I mean, obviously we're going to use more than 2. And why it picks a side is also beyond me. But yeah, this is my favorite ship. It is... And I actually recently changed from the walkways to the... you know, the longer half, which I kind of like. It does open it up, you know, another half an inch, but it doesn't feel you know, I mean, this is going to feel cramped because, well, you know, it's cutting through, so we got a roof. Gorilla Beat, Lee Smith. I have joined the presence of an elite building. Ah, come on. I don't... those monikers always kill me, my friend. I am just some dude. Sitting here having fun. Nip-nipping, playing some No Man's Sky, building some fun, weird, crappy stuff. You know? I am nobody. I am nothing. I am just some guy. Nobody even knows I am. You know, there's a handful of... Why do I look so damn close? Hold on, let me fix this. My big head's in the way. You know, I had a weird day at work, and I'm like, you know what? And then I got home, and I'm like, I was just saying this a second ago, or a few seconds ago, more like a couple minutes ago. That if I just sit down and, like, watch TV or something, or, you know, if I take a nap, if I get my recliner and kick back a certain angle, I'm done. You know, I'm like, if I don't do something, you know, productive, I'm going to feel like I wasted what little free time I had this evening, and, you know, I got to work tomorrow, and I got to work Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you know. Nice. A terrifying sentinel pillar. Yeah, let me get my big noggin out of the way here. I don't know what the hell happened there. Could have sworn we had done we had already fixed all that. So that my ugly mug wasn't taking up so much real estate. But apparently... not so much. You don't want to see me, you want to see what I'm building. I've often debated on, like, not doing the camera again, so no one had to, like, look at my ugly mug. How's that? Not too bad? There we go. Nobody puts baby in the corner. And I can still point a decent amount. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. Yeah. Okay, we're good there. Okay. Alrighty, let's get into some... Right on, right on. I feel you. No, I mean, the funny thing is there's so much building stuff that I've created and discovered that the community uses. You know, not just me, but there are sections that were me. Like the Sci-Fi Kaleidoscope, also known as the APG engine, which thank you guys for renaming that after me. Some techniques, but nobody knows. Like, and I've been doing this since day one of building almost, you know, a couple of months after building was put in. You know, when glitch building and building in the game, nobody was doing any of it. But I don't know how to self-promote. I'm not very good at it anyway. And, you know, yes, I would like to have a bunch of subscribers and do this for a living. That would be a wonderful thing. But I'm also realistic. And I have bills to pay and debt to deal with. Like everybody. So I got to be realistic. But with that said, my main goal, and this was, you know, even now today with the game as popular as it has become and the comeback that we have had, you know, I've stuck through it thick and thin, except for a little life moment that I had to take a break. Thank you, Jess. And, damn it. That ship's got a name like one of these new Corvettes. But my main goal, has always been to spawn and help with creativity. You know, that's always been my goal. What is this? Something gamble. You know what? Let's tear you apart, since nobody has these, and that's not fair. And honestly, they don't look very good at the moment because they are not texture mapped yet. Just the APG is a building legend. Don't let him tell you otherwise. You know, I don't know about all that legend stuff. Been around for a long time. I'm definitely an OG, original glitcher, but you know, legend? That's, you know. Excuse me. Lee Smith, thank you for the subscription. We're getting closer and closer to that 2,000 sub mark. Totally appreciate that. Thank you very much. I wish I had fancier, you know, hooplas. But if you are subscribing to me...
Are you crazy? Is that your problem?
And one more just because we got to, and we love Jack Burton.
Like I told my last wife, I says, honey, I never drive faster than I can see. Besides that, it's on the reflexes.
Takes a bite out of his sandwich, his grinder, hoagie, stub, wherever you're from. Yeah, so we're going to just tear this puppy right apart. And this will give us a head start on having a ship made. Look at that. Perfect. Just what we needed. Just what I wanted. Different levels. Totally agree. We're all crazy. We're all mad here. Jesse said, Learned Hand of membership. Thank you so much, Jesse. Much appreciated. Now, I have been getting a few comments. Oh, really, Joby? Do tell. We like new. I can't be, you know, in the usuals. A 12-sided UFO. Right on. Manual placement stuff? Or do you use like the long way and the lengthwise way? I want to do a little R&D before we get building. I want to just play around because there's still a couple of things that I know some of us would like to do with a few certain parts that we currently cannot. I also want to see if the build limit mod is working, because if it's not, I gotta Because I want to finish this ship, and it's only a few more parts. Not like I'm going to go crazy. I just want to finish it, you know? And you need like 50 parts. Manual and exploits? Right on. Okay. Alright, what was I doing? We're building a ship. We need a thruster so that we can do our save stuff. Alright, perfect. Alright, what are we going to do? We're going to do round. We're going to do some completely new. I'm talking video game action pants. Or Chuck Norris action pants. Or, what was it? It'll come to me. There was another Sanzabelt made some action pants. And that's where it originally comes from, is the Chuck Norris one, because my brother taught martial arts growing up. And then, I mean, he did it pretty much his whole life. And, you know, so every once in a while there'd be some sort of karate magazine or something around, and there was an ad with Chuck Norris had these pants called action pants, you know, so you could do kicks and whatever in, you know, in your pants. I know how to subterfuge. So anyway, originally it was for that. And then I found England pants or underwear, which I think is actually fun. And I don't care. I mean, it's all about having fun and, you know, being a complete goof. They had the, yeah. But the funny thing is I wear mountaineering pants that have an elastic crotch. And, you know, certain seams in the knee and elastic in the knee to allow you to, you know, rock climb and things like that. Stuff I did when I was younger and up until probably I was my 40s, late 40s when I was still mountain biking, and then my knee, and then I got like, yeah, whatever. I got lazy and then work. And then my buddy moved, so I stopped mountain biking. And all that razzmatazz. Alright, we need to flip something upside down. That is like, that's our number one. I have found nothing, and I can think of no way at the moment. And they really, I think they were like, alright, they're going to try and do this. That's possible. What I want to truly build would require significantly more parts. They would have to open it up at least 500. But back to the action pants thing. And we got to figure out how to go upside down. That is a... like, you know how your character, you can follow, you have to jump off, you know, freaking 5-story building, and, you know, you're not breaking all the bones in your legs. And then you're walking around, and yet you got no pack or nothing, but you got like 8 guns, a bunch of food, you know, action pants. Yeah, pod racer. I'll build one at some point. Just not there yet. For me right now, it's all about tinkering with the new mechanic. I don't care what I build. You know, stuff happens as I'm doing it, you know. Alright, how do we turn something upside down? Alright, let's get our brains together. And then we'll have half a brain. Because I've got, like, no brain. So you're the other half. Alright, nothing to... I mean, things go upside down. Alright, this part needs to go upside down. And on the side, by the way. but it does not rotate in any way, shape, or form. Even though it says. And it should have a flip. Like, why does this have to be stuck to the top? You know, that gives no creative freedom. You know, very little anyway. Or it inhibits. Alright, you do half step on same plane and you go down. Oh, you go down that half bit, okay. But you're on the same plane. But you don't act the same as a... Alright, come on. And this sort of BS is driving me nuts. Must be attached. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like, those need a rotation. Exactly. The hover jets, yeah, that drives me crazy. Alright, so you can snap to that. You have a snap point. Let's get a little air. Maybe we can look under things and whatnot. Okay, you're still not rotating, but and you're simply, okay, it had nothing to do with that other thing, you just go to the bottom of that. Alright, so you go to the bottom, but you won't. Exactly, thank you. See, that's one of the big comments I keep getting. People are like, yeah, but the halves aren't usable. I'm like, I know. It's scaffold. I figured you would kind of know that. Yes, you have 2 rooms. You can't get in there. But, you know, I understand, you know, people don't always see what I see and vice versa. But I kind of figured it was sort of understood that it was purely for scaffold and not, you know, as usable. Like, you do it to flip your part and then you replace it with a part if you want to use that, you know, next to it. You know, you keep a double up around so that you can move it around, drop it in, or if you have to, you make another one near where you're working. So, I mean, I don't want to be the jerk, but, I mean, yes, right, and also quick and dirty tutorial, by the way. Uh, but, you know, it's about scaffold. It's not about, you know, a habitable space. You're flipping your part, and then you remove one of the rooms, and now you have a habitable room again. So, you know, kind of look at it like that. You know, if you're having some issues, or, you know, you think, you know, you can't use that space anymore. No, you can delete one of the rooms. Now you have a usable room. Yeah, truly. Truly. Not truly. But I agree with you, Lee. um, what's the point? All right, how do we get that to turn around so that the feet are, you know, on the bottom of the ship, you know, or on the side of the ship? I mean, common sense. That's all. A little common sense, a little thinking. You know, build something. Spend some time in your build mechanic. You know? I mean, I get it. You got a lot of things going on. Lots of irons in the fire. But if you don't spend a little time in your build mechanic, you know, you're not going to know what's working right. And some of this is like placement. Like, you know, our order of placement. Yeah, and only on the right. Hey, what about us left-handed people, huh? I'm a lefty. I'm a southpaw. Urban Durban. All right. First, we got to figure out how to get anything upside down. Then we can... But that is the piece we want to flip upside down, so that might have... Like, again, it snaps into weird spots. You know what I mean? So, you know, you can have it, you know, in your hab or above the hab, right? So... You know, and hey, guess what? You don't have a usable hab here either. It's just part in here, right? this will end up being the same. Just like my R&D builds, they usually become something. Even if it is a big giant mess. I mean, this is what we have to work with, you know? I mean, seriously, this is all we have to work with. And the only things that move things around are like these items here and the turrets. And while these do go upside down, they do not take this piece with it. And even though it has a snap point, it only snaps to the top and bottom of this on the, I guess if you're looking at it like this, the right side. Oh, really? Does it sound out there? Did it do something funky? All right. I think upside down is, you know, like it would be nice to flip this upside down, or any of the engines for that matter, to be able to rotate them and have them come out. The turrets need to be able to turn in all four directions. Same with this. This needs to be able to rotate upside down or stick to the bottom of the hab, side of the hab, and top to the hab, not just the top. We fixed the issue with that. And you can't rotate this in any way. Yeah, I like this piece. I want to use this piece. Well, you can do rear facing now, Lee. Rear facing turrets is easy. I got you all day on that. That's just the, you know, the trick. Which we will do right now. Oh, I can't because I gotta... Yeah. Hey, PSP, Gumbo Willie, by the way. And Sound Out there. Welcome, welcome. I'm gonna make a ship and all that. Hold on. I'll build it to the side when I realize what it is I'm working on. And this I find funny too. Trying to remember the way it works. Although they may have already fixed it, I'm not sure. Like some of the turrets will sink into certain parts, but not on the others. My flip trick is still necessary to double up. Unfortunately. Hold on. That would probably help, huh? And the trigger. So, left button, right button, trigger, all do the same thing. some people, I think some people are rushing through processes trying to get it done. But the things I get most of are, you can't use the hab once you've doubled it up. I'm like, yes, it is scaffold. Again, I just want to kind of get that out there. It is only for scaffolding. It's not meant to be habitable, obviously. You have 2 rooms in one. That's just not going to fly. And you can't rotate the other one to make it open up. I've tried. But you might be able to do something else. IV6, thank you for subscribing. You know, again, scaffold. Get your parts flipped. Then delete one of the rooms in that double up. You got 2 of them there. You can delete it. Now you have a usable hab. You know, I mean, that's, I will try to make an addendum on that tutorial so that people may understand that portion of it. And I didn't think about that when I was rushing through the tutorial, because I'm like, people need to get this now, flip, because I had already heard so many people going, I want to flip these parts and I can't. And plus I wanted to flip that part specifically. That's why I built, all of my ships are built with 1 part, essentially. A couple of parts, you know, for final, but all of my ships are built with 1 part. Every one of them. Okay, or the majority of the ship is. There's, you know, obviously thrusters and all that stuff that you need. But in terms of like, stairs in that double up, and then the hab above that. You got to show me that one. I got to see what you're talking about there. All right, so I got a double up. Yeah, but that only works for 1 hab. You know what I mean? Then you're going to have to build that, and then you're going to run out of parts. Already running out of 100 parts comes up on you like super clear. So I will redo the tutorial. Or how do can I edit that? And then just edit it and it stays in the same spot, or does it have to be re-uploaded and then people got to see it again? I've just been answering the comments. So, you know, you've got your 2 habs here. Delete once. Now you're good. You know, flip your part. Get that done. Delete your single. Heck, you could delete all of it. Yeah, I found that the windows seem to make kind of a better, a little bit better of a reference than the stairs for me anyway. But it was a great find to begin with, you know, heck. You know. Oh, we could replace that crap? Perfect. Exactly. Yeah, there's so many things. I mean, again, it is brand new. They will, obviously, things will change. You know, this, that, and the other thing. You know, we're trying to work with what we have currently and try to get what we want to get done with the current mechanic, you know, and it's brand new, you know. Even I will hopefully find easier ways to do this crap than I'm already doing now. But this isn't difficult, you know. You build your ship, you throw in a stair, you turn it, you throw in your second room, you know, then you delete the one with the stairs in it. And then everyone that connects to that, you can double up, which then gives you some interesting stuff. And you can quarter step and all that, you know, razzmatazz, right? So and then, hey, I'm done with that. I want that room to be accessible. You know, I'm going to build from here some sort of, you know, whatever bit, you know. And if you need to, because that room's there, you can then double it up again and be like, I don't like where that is. You know, let me move that. Oh, yeah, totally. Rightfully so to use capital letters there. I would have done the same. A lot. So, you know, boom. Upside down, man. How are we going to get upside down? Which way are those? Living ship parts. All right, you know what? Let's start looking at some of these pieces. We've been kind of rushing and running and gunning here because I would actually slow down a minute to kind of see what we got going here. We also have no next part. Exactly. All right, we gotta, so we can double up anything really. I don't like, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Nicely done. You do some wacky stuff. It's I like this part. Not sure why yet, but I do. You also double up on yourself. Ah, no, you're all connecting. No? Weird. Okay. All right. And now I didn't build a double up here, as you can tell. But it's transferring from these rooms all the way to here. But then when I built new, it did not. I copy from that. And it still, you know, does not want to double up on its own like this. Or I'm just not catching it at the right angle. Interesting. Yeah. I wonder if we can do that with... Oh, that would make our lives a whole lot easier. No. But it will maybe work with another... Alright, we can flip it. What good does that do us? Still puts the snap point on the right. And now it doesn't flip. It was flipping on that piece. This right here. Why don't you act like your friend here? Hey, look at that. You're essentially the same piece. Your collision bubble is also very strange. Okay, you'll prop up here. Did I delete that by accident? Probably. Uh-oh. Frickin' soft lock. Damn it. I hit the part menu. They need to fix that. We're gonna need some nip-nip. It keeps up like this, actually, even if it doesn't. Okay. Ricey, what's going on? All right, I need some nip nip. Give me a second. Where is my? I'll go back to that save in a second, but I finally sort of finished that UFO, but I might go back into it right now, and we'll do some more R&D, but the UFO is done. Oh no. All right, we got to do this. Right on. Solidus, what is going on? Welcome. Yeah, that's not good. Okay, just lock the save. That's my freaking, that's my ER City save. Yeah, super easy. Just do the wire trick. Or, shrink down a wire or shrink down a part, copy that. UA it. Yeah, bite beat, no problem. Shrink that down in any method. Oh, yeah, you could do it. The bite beats both terrain and, so you could probably do that, outside the ship and place it in the ship. Although maybe not. Ooh, we haven't even gotten into terrain mix. And plus, Beeble had a save corrupt on that, so. Like mixing terrain parts with ship parts, Or it might just be my controller being funky. Un momento, por favor. Come on. You're charged. I know you're charged. Sometimes you just want to play. Get your work done, but no. Yeah, apparently my controller did. It's working, but it is. Okay. It's showing my controller here. Shut up, that's good. Kiwi pirate, what's going on? Sorry, y'all. Cabal, we'll get there. Something funky's going on. My controller doesn't seem to want to respond at the moment. That's always fun. Okay. Working there. What is your problem? What is wrong with you? No, scuff controller. Alright, we're back in business. Weird glitch. Oh, there's lag. Big time on the anomaly. Alright, we're back in business. We're back in business. Let's check our other save to be on the safe side. That one's actually more important. A little glitch there. Alright, so here's what I'm working on. Okay. I'm gonna eventually mod. I'm gonna have to. Hold on. I gotta check my work phone. Folks, give me just a couple of minutes. I'm so sorry. I just got to deal with the work issue. We're not going anywhere. I just got to deal with this. pardon me for like 3 minutes. We'll take our break a little early tonight. This is a random stream anyway. So here's one we're working on. I'm getting a lot of weird flashing. I don't know if anyone else is getting that lately, but all right. We'll be right back. My apologies. I'm actually stuck technically answering my phone till right about now. So I'll be right back. Be right back.
Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow.
Are you
Alright,
crazy?
sorry
Is that
about
your
that.
problem?
Whew. Had to get it. All right, let's get back into it, shall we? I do want to start a fresh one though. Although I don't want to do another, I kind of do want to do another circle, but I'm thinking we can do other shapes. Is it even in this one? Yes. Alright, so I just want to cover up that bottom part. You know, I'd like to turn the landing gear. You know, maybe ride along this instead. High vibes. What's going on? I got out of work. That's kind of the whole thing. Work. A little nip-nip, you know. So I just want to kind of finish that up. But it's telling me I'm running out of part. I actually was down to one part. And then I went and I was like, why am I using all these halves? I'll just use one of the big ones. You know, after work. Gotta. Take her on a flight. I did the same here. I, turned into one big hab instead of, two small ones in the cockpit. I had to. I had no choice. So we got the 4 engines. Got the little bit of electricity vibe, plus the line. Need some other like lighting. I don't know. Just, it messing around like usual. I mean, that ship is a cool ship by itself without the circle, Where it's all about just, messing about. Having fun, making patterns. Like, I'd like to get that big blocky thing out of the middle of this and move the landing gear off to the side. Actually, maybe I can. I might be able to do that, actually. That we might be able to do. Do I have a part left? That's the question. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm a day one, so I'm a day one player. Scott, rinse, repeat. Welcome. But I want to finish the circle on the interior portion, and just draw this in and then cover that if I can't move that over. Not yet, but we're going to mess around. We're going to go back to messing around. I'm trying to, and plus messing around, that's when you tend to find stuff, You just got to start building. I'm just showing off my ship. I got the engines that we made with the other engines, obviously, Got the electrical, on the outer pod, plus you get the light from the stream coming through in the gap. These have a bit of, whatever they do. But we built this whole engine pod, if you will, and then put these engines in there. Because when you take that, that part, and you put it together, it kind of looks like the back of, an engine housing, right? Take care, Solidus. Thanks for stopping in. Good to see you. See if we get new people going. That's a mod. So as soon as we get to building, you know, maybe we'll figure something out. Upside down. That's thank you, Lee. Plus, I get to look at some ships I haven't seen any in a little bit. A few of them last night. Finally took a little bit of time. But the Nexus has been kind of empty. Andre Vondel, welcome. Vandal. What is the proper pronunciation? Oh, lag. Up. Well, look at that. Oh. Frame drive. Oh, nice. Look at that. Alright, someone knows the offset trick. Alright. Oh, come on. No, they don't. They were just creative in their thinking. Right? Oh, the frame drop here is ridiculous, though. How come all your jets are working? Oof, I'm gonna have to turn multiplayer off. Yeah, that's bad. 111, 110, 105, 96, 102, 105. Yeah, that's, as much as I would like to look at some ships, the game is not being very forthcoming, and I don't dare put in a camera right now. Very cool. Love the Scorpion. The Scorpion. We see something. Yeah, the anomaly seems quite glitchy. My frames are chaotic. It's up there in the upper left corner. Seven, 72, 81, 79, 82, 81, Let's get the heck out of Dodge. I wonder if, like, this helps, like, you know, it's almost like warping into their base. The other thing, too, is multiple ships are in the same spot. So there's that. Yeah, that Scorpion seemed to be a large cause of that. Well, it was also, you know, there's another ship underneath it trying to render in. And that has been one of the problems. They either need to make this place really big or fill up these gaps. Ooh, that's nice. What you got going on there? What do you got going on over here? Nice use of the basic parts. Very well done. Nice blending. See? Built a great ship. We basically used one part. You know, I mean, yes, obviously deco parts, right? And the main half. But what I mean by a part is he took this wing bit, or whatever this is called, and made a ship out of it using that one part. And same with mine. Like, mine is all that one wing. Just rotated and flipped and spaced and layered and blah, blah, blah. Yes. Is it habitable? No. Could I make it? Sure. I could actually do a whole rigmarole, you know, if I could bring this down, or I could build another one and, you know, plan out that the lower portion, which could be covered, you know, and then we just have some of the hab in there, make an entrance. Good to go. But for me, when I fly and fight, which, you know, I'm probably not going to do in these saves, so I can get away with building ships that don't make any sense. Oh, there we go again. There we go. Yeah, see, and now I can't get in my ship right now, okay? And this is the problem with the anomaly, is I am now stuck in someone's ship. So until they leave, I am stuck. Or until I shut off multiplayer. Which is what I'm going to end up doing. And give it a second. Interesting. I am caught in some form of galactic web. Wow, the game is being super buggy. Alright. Well, for now, we'll just cut out multiplayer. Not yet, Jay. Yeah, again, I'm just trying to like get the basic mechanics down and see what we can do there. You know, before I start, you know, introducing a base computer, you know, terrain parts. If I want to do that, I'll just mod, you know, and not have to worry about corrupting a save. Because right now, there is that possibility, right? And I'd like to have some lighting out here, you know, so when I look out or just in general, I have like a glow. And I think and are lights and things working? You know, basic, like, again, it's a brand new mechanic. I've had this build mechanics change on me so many times, and so many times without even anything that has anything to do with building updated. That I've learned to figure out what's going on with the base, not try to introduce anything right away. And this is, you know, a new mechanic with a mixture of the old, so we know it's going to be a little bit interesting. I like this, but only on this wall, because you can't rotate the wall. Like, say you wanted this on this side instead, you know? All right, let's get back to work. You gotta remember to not soft lock. But it's so difficult because I'm so ingrained in you know, my old style of building. This is an easy one I'm supposed to finish, but But again, we have the problem of this damn landing gear. And again, I'm going to be over build count at some point because this is scaffolding. This is not anything I am concerning myself with. Just a ruse, man. I watch sea beams glitter in the dark beneath the tennis like tears in rain. He made that whole thing up. That whole speech was improv. All right. What are we gonna do? Let's make something different and new. But how? Because we want to rotate things and we can't. All right. Do I want to do another disc, or do we want to do another ship? One more UFO, and then we'll put the UFO thing away for a little while. You know what? Let's start this one fresh. We're going to bring it down to ground level. But kind of the whole point of not having it at ground level is it has that cool UFO hovering around effect, right? I forget if this is the better circle or the worse circle. Did we spread this out? We realized it was really bad. Well, unfortunately, it's not a very large piece. So we'd have to shrink this down quite a bit more. And that gets tricky. The tighter you get with the circle, the trickier it is to keep your pattern proper. So that's something to also keep in mind. All right, let's do... do our step up. I'm gonna make this a tighter circle. Oh yeah, okay, I got you. High vibes. I'll do it in just a minute, actually. I was going to make another one anyway. I have a ring I'm not happy with, and I was going to rebuild. What I'm doing here? Oh yeah. This is a nice little... So, we noticed that certain parts did this rotational thing because it sticks to the side and the top, so Blind Fury. I haven't seen that in forever. I'm gonna watch it. No, I'm gonna disagree with you on that. Aside from Blade Runner, I would say one of his next best roles would be, although, you know, Blind Fury, although good, is no match for the original Hitcher. So certain parts move it a certain way, you know, slightly different, you know, it's down and back. Some do a straight line, you know, into the same plane. So you can kind of do these half-step jumps. Which, again, you're not going to, you know, you're now taking up, you're not going to stack these and whatnot. Oh, Nighthawks. Man, I haven't seen that one in a while either. Is that what the one with Ferris Bueller? No, that's Lady Hawk. Never mind. Yeah, but yeah, definitely Blind Fury. Some good humor. Alright, so they don't even consider that attached right there. Huh. Okay, so this is where the pattern can get pretty crazy in terms of you got to know what you're doing. You got to kind of keep a track of what you're doing. All right, so we'll try and do the four corners as per usual. You know, we do our cardinal directions, but see how you can tilt it, and then even when it's doing that other one, we're going to rotate that around, angle it in. So now we're going to have that big V up top. As opposed to our other one, where it was angled the other way. You know, we'll call these the flying flowers or something. Or we could open it up like that. You could even, you know, now you could start adding in a whole other, you know, element, but you're going to start eating parts. And if you're not using a mod, then it becomes a sad day for your build. Too much. All right. Just keep this simple, and then we'll bring it in another notch. And we don't have to use this part. I just find it interesting. It's got the most curve and kind of interesting little details, you know. Flying mandalas, yeah. Well, I'm known for my kaleidoscopes, so, you know, why not keep in with the, you know, the theme, as they say. All right, just for fun. I already know I'm not going to want to deal with these pieces this close. Because they don't like to, that's for sure. It's too simple and it doesn't go with that. Alright. We could carry the pattern up. I think what I'm going to do here is that. Okay. Do that over here as well. I'm going to open it. There should be. One, two. No, see, I opened that. Okay. Damn it. I just used, you know, north, south, east, west kind of deal. That's my, and just like even all these tilts, see all these different patterns you can end up making. You just gotta kind of remember to keep an eye on it, you know. There it is. Although now, of course, I'm going to want to make the round, you know. I mean, you could, you know, just for fun. Kind of want to see what that looks like without the rooms there, but I can't. Yeah, I'll show the new one right now. That's actually not a bad, just freaking end it, right? Looks like a fan. I mean, this is all funk. Because the circles aren't perfect, right? We know this. Alright, so... Yeah, but it's not symmetrical. There's something missing. You know, a rotation is off, or... You know... I mean, making the circle, since it's not a snappable circle, it is hand-placed, you know, you're going to see, you know, deviations. You know, which is going to... You see here, it's not round. You know, there's dips and dives in it. So... Let's call it another, I think I got another area I can work here. This is my other favorite ship right now. My two. Oh no, is this? Yeah, it is. Yeah, this is the one. These engines are what I've been using now for this. Alright, back to R&D and stuff. Alright, as much as I don't want to have the... Because it makes it more difficult also to work underneath it. Alright, do we double tier? Now. Thank you, Lee. All my ships are... It's a fleet. Like, they all have this a similar vibe. Alright, so to make a circle, there's a few ways you can do it. It's all hand placement. It's a question of how big you want your circle, what type of circle, you know, 16, 8, 30. I don't know if I can do a 32, but we could probably. Yeah, exactly. So, making a circle is hand placement, and it requires setup, right? Because you need some scaffolding just to look around and kind of, how do I put it? To be able to get, you know, your... I guess your glitch points in, right? Wish I could lift you in the air just a little bit. Alright, so what we're going to do here is I'm going to start lower than normal. Don't pay attention to what it wants you to build. We're going to use this again as our round reference. Although I'm sure we could come up with another item or not. Yeah, we don't have a lot of round things. You got this here. And this is how many sides? 6. Here we have 8. So you got a 6er here, so you could do a small one. you know, or six-sided, hexagonal. Or come over to this bit, and you've got a bunch of reference points on this one. Here, 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 you know, all these, right? Unfortunately, we don't have a build camp, so that puts us in a predicament. But I want to try something. I saw somebody doing something with the light cubes, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the light cubes to try to get a better scaffold. Alright, also what I'm going to do, because we're going to not want a bunch of double ups, because that's going to drive us crazy, is we're going to put a 2x down here, delete all these, delete that one, we don't need an extra one. And then we're going to build a platform. Alter the platform as we go, depending on how things work. What time is it? I do have to eat dinner at some point. I still got a little bit of time. All right, so here's your center point, right? This is where you're going to eventually do whatever it is you're going to do. And I brought it down to landing gear height, because we're about to go about a half step higher than the landing gear would be, right? Because this part is about half height of this. It all works that way. You know, when you use this part to move your hab, it's a half step, you know, bit. So once you got that, it's going to want you to build a ship and make sure it's connected. Which I'm getting really kind of frustrated with on that level, to be honest. So usually for this sort of build at this point, I've been kind of building a little ship on the side. A basic thing there. So that I can apply my edits and then, you know, continue working. Again, scaffold, not permanent. Oh, and I don't want to do that. I actually want to now come over here and I'm going to try it a different way this time. And I'm going to hope that it's a better way. Now, this is all manual placement. There is nothing snappable about this. And I'm going to use the window instead of the stairs now. And I'm going to kind of bring this right. Okay. But I didn't see a collision bubble with any of this, so I'm curious as to how. And it doesn't matter if I do this. It pops it straight up. So it doesn't matter where I have it, right? So and then you just find some reference, you know, that keeps you hopefully in the same spot. Yeah, Corvettes, I was kind of worried about shipbuilding on some levels for, you know, the ship hunters, obviously. Hey, there's a bright idea. Quite literally. I think this might be better. Because it really doesn't matter. Where you are. It does not push it out to the side like the wire. It doesn't do anything like that. It just does that. You're like, why'd you just do all that? Because I realized I needed to make sure I was in the right. I want to try and keep it in the same height and all that. And after I turned on my torch, like I should have done before, and this is why I haven't made a tutorial yet, because I want to get, something down that's repeatable and as accurate as manual placement hopefully can get. We're going to be a little higher, although it doesn't, you know what? It's going to be about the same, I think. If I'm... And either way... Yeah, and here I can tell if I'm centered better. I think this is going to work better. I think we may have refined the technique yet again, which is not a bad thing. Helps to use your torch. I'll take that. I'll buy that for $1. Then you just come in here, and you can usually tell if you're relatively accurate just by that right there. That looks pretty darn good. Now, you have the choice here to either do it this way, and I would look at your ship and make sure that you know which way you're directing. You know, that's out, so there's your cockpit. That's why I like having this little ship as a reference, because I built the ship backwards once. Movie quote. Not built the ship backwards once, but the once. But you have a choice of either doing that way or this way, and extending these halves out. So if you want, you can make a weird transition room. but there's little gaps, at least so far. I haven't figured out a better way yet. Once. My mother did that once. All right, and then you should have a thing that looks like this, and then you lather, rinse, repeat. You're going to draw these out because you're going to need the room. And then once you delete these, the windows will go. And then why these aren't, this is what kills me on the connected part. And it's like you're close enough, you know? Quit your griping. All right. Apply my edits. And then come back and do it all again. Right? So now we're going to stand in front of this bit. Go to build menu, come over to the window, the lamp, replace, try to get that cursor right in the middle of that dark line and right in the middle of the big reference bit. And you can kind of see here these two lines. It'll kind of tell you if you're where you need to be. I was not. Now also, you got to remember, all right, here's my 12 o'clock, my north, my south, whatever you want to call it, whatever works for you, right? So there's that. And now we're at this angle. You can also just kind of look up and catch your angle there. So we're going to try and get this cursor nice and in the middle. And I'm sure if you had better eyes than I, you could probably see little kind of cuts right here. That line is probably little, pixel cuts. Steps here. And it depends on how obsessive you want to get. Again, it is manual placement after all. Don't think it's going to be perfect, or you will drive yourself absolutely crazy. John MSW. But it's also yeah, we have to. Totally agree. I was thinking I was going to try to make a vertical circle, which we kind of can in a weird pixelated way. We could probably, now that we have a ring, we could step that up. I want to make like well, we can do it with low orbit. I don't know what I'm talking about, but we can't fly our low orbit base around. You know what I mean? Like a deep space thing with the round circular bits. You know what I mean. Almost time for some nip-nip. All right, then back over. Lather, rinse, repeat. Always repeat. Homer Simpson. Modify. And I'm just going to pretend it did what it needed to. But I can see it didn't already. But that's all right. But that's, you know, trial and error. That is manual placement, right? And then we can kind of look around. And we can notice, you know, where it's wide, because that's got it. You know, it's an arc. Actually, that's not too shabby, is it? That one needs to be moved. This one. Which one is that? Straight down. Yeah, that one's way off. That one needs to be moved. I see the problem. I see the problem. There is no collision bubble, but it is hitting a collision bubble. All right. This piece is not to be used as the initial. Okay. I mean, you can, but... Hey, where did it? So this is the basic idea of how to get something circular going. All right. I like how you kind of need the platform. But I think I was watching and they had a good idea. And it makes sense now. And I'm wondering if... So instead of having that, this is where it might get tricky though. Again, manual placement. We don't have much in the way of choice, you know. And we don't have a build camera, which is even worse, which means I can't steady things as well as normal. Do it until it picks up, but yeah, that's not good. The only way to truly know will be to see. How would you do that? Because it would all have to line up. You'd have to be on the floor without sliding. You'd have to have the same reference. I don't think that's going to help. But we'll try it anyway. Crazy like that. The other one wasn't bad. We only had like a couple off, and I even remember sort of seeing it too. You know what I mean? No, there is no wire glitch as far as I know. There is no wire I can, get at the moment. As far as I know. At the moment. Update or anything may have changed, something that I haven't seen, but... I wonder if those lower points are better to go for. Alright, this I don't think is going to work. I'm like, where am I going to reference? How am I going to know I'm centered? How am I going to know? I mean, we were closer on this last one. We're just going to cut out. Gotta be. I wonder if it's just because these were good, right? Like that one was good, but see now we don't have. See, no got. No got. A different line. All right, we'll try it again this way. I think this is the best I've had so far. Because most of that circle was pretty good. I think I had one out of all those, which is better than I had with the last set. So we'll continue with this. You can kind of see right here, like I was pointing out before. But I think there might be a collision bubble more than I was thinking. Because I ran a pill light over this morning before I left for work. Because I was thinking about why I couldn't get a perfect circle with this. And realized that maybe it was a collision bubble issue, right? And since this only puts it on oddly up, like glitch builders freaking come on, you know what, when there was nothing else to do in this game, there was always building. Save that. Nah, somebody on the Discord's having a, one of those reply to, not really a conversation, but, a conversation. And they had Lightbox set up. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Why? I think that looks good. It looks symmetrical. What do you mean all modules? They are connected. There's an issue here. Are you going to really be that? What is your major malfunction? Oh. Although it is not red. It will be make my face red. Alright, we're going to take a little break. We've been on for like almost 2.5 hours here. I need to get up and get rid of some of that iced tea. But we'll be back in a few minutes. And we'll carry on, see what happens with this circle. There's got to be a better way, but so far this works. But there's I feel there's something tilting our window in those, as it comes around that, the polygon stuff. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. Hang tight. Do you want the Nip Nip song or do you want this music? For a break. Nip Nip song or this music? Give you the choice. One. Exactly. Well, alright. Nobody said anything, so...
Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. colors all around. Everything's still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip, haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft, like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air.
All right, let's get back to this. We don't have a ton of time. This crazy world we live in, I swear. Although I was just thinking about something. If it holds true that it goes straight no matter what, couldn't I make a circle by doing that vertically? Technically? Kind of, sort of, maybe? Because if it goes in directly the same way every time, and I follow around in a circle, boom, 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 right? Right? Oh, hold on, I'll mute and I'll hide my chewiness. We may need to switch gears here for a minute. Landing gear is still an issue. Alright, hold on. I'm still chewing. Alright, not at all what I thought was going to happen. That was weird. DLX. Lay it on me, bro. What are you thinking? A spiral? This is weird. Okay. So where did we go for that? We went... Alright, let's... I don't think it'll do it that way, though. Do you know what I mean? We could try it. I'm willing to try it. Just to see what it does. Although now I'm super curious about this. Give me 1 second. Is that a collision bubble issue? Huh. Oh, the landing pads don't work for the Corvette. Yeah, good thought though. You're right, you're right. Just spawns on the terrain somewhere, unfortunately. Half stepping at that point. Yeah, we're just doing steps. Alright, so no. would have to be something facing. The problem is you can do half. You can do the upper half if we can get it to not twist. Yeah, I think it's just gonna snap normal. Like it's just gonna. There is no up and down anymore. Do you know what I mean? When you're like what we're used to with the wire. So it changes. Yeah, and because everything goes in an upward direction, you can only make that arc. Nothing goes downwards. It's the floor. It's that floor. All right, let's look at our parts. Right, yeah, we got a problem here. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Because the collision bubbles don't seem to make an effect anymore. Like, you can put a piece down and... I was looking for something with a, a rounded collision bubble, but... And even though this is upside down, technically, you put you put that window here and it's going to shoot straight up. Does everything? I kind of want to see. Of course, you're the wrong damn way. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, should be here. Yeah, vertical, we'll work on it, but I'm not holding out much hope for vertical. We might be able to come up with something, but again, it's all... No matter what you do, it's going to shoot upwards. Like, there's nothing around that. You know what I mean? We're kind of stuck. All right, back on something that we can actually maybe accomplish. But what I'm noticing is that we're getting a gigantic collision somewhere, but it doesn't seem to do anything anymore. Too. Rastavas, welcome. I finished the one I was working on the other day, but we're just trying to refine the technique a little bit. See if we can. We're doing our best. I had an idea for like a vertical, but I'm gonna have to. That's gonna be I need more time. I gotta eat dinner at some point, and I unfortunately have to work tomorrow. So don't have a ton of time. But, you know, with this again, you can, you know, you can make your alterations as needed. Yeah, see? It rotates. That little bit of... Yeah, look at the gap on that one. Oh, right. Wonder if these are the spots that you're supposed to use. I wonder. Well, that's just for fun. See. Be a totally different circle, though, wouldn't it? I can't get rid of that. So. All right, let's just start fresh and see what happens, because we're. I'm noticing that rotation. It's a little, you know, we're gonna have to. Oh, I have a better idea. Hold on. Not a better idea, it's just a different idea. If that's giving me a collision there, if I'm just outside of it, see how it's like the gap? It shouldn't be like, if I'm centered on that, that shouldn't be happening. You know what I'm saying? And it's so hard to know. What did I go off for online? Using that one, okay. Not a circle. It is jumping though. Alright, let's try doing it with that, but our normal bits. We're gonna come down. We're gonna just try to center ourselves as much as possible on that. And actually, it kind of is, isn't it? Why did you not give us a build camera for this? That's so silly. Gave it for the other part. You could have done it for this. Yeah, we don't have a... But I'm starting to think with the halves rotated on these points, don't these almost look like the half shape? Alright, we'll get into that after. Probably not today, but we never know. We'll see what happens here. Oh, right on. I'd go for a good burrito. Oh, there's this taco truck. Oh man, I could eat those things all day, every day. Well, I hope we're near it tomorrow. Love to get some good tacos tomorrow. But it depends on where we are tomorrow. Super soft drink, what's going on? South center. You can see it right here. Son of a biscuit. It doesn't matter what technique we're using. Huh? Yeah, you can see it. How did you manage with a double? Not too bad, right? Wish there was a way, but there is not. Yeah, this is going to be, get it as good as you can, because that's how it is. It really is going to be just do what you can, get what you can out of it. If you want to obsess for days, go right ahead, but more than likely, you're going to find yourself in a whole lot of heartache, because it's just not going to be perfect. So deal with it. I am going to try those marks, though. I think that I have this odd feeling that that's where the break point is, you know what I mean? Because here I'm second guessing, I don't have any real center point. You know, I'm just like, yeah, that looks good. I hope that works. You know, you're going to end up redoing a lot or just giving up. I think our original one so far might be the way to go. I'm hoping this one is, but what I'm seeing, the amount of the amount of twists we're getting. Yeah, look at that. See, it really depends on where you're standing. Yeah, that's garbage. Yeah, I think our other one's almost better, where we were kind of coming up over the top. I think we were able to get a little bit better pinpoint there. Because the other positions that I've been trying are not really working. Like, it really seems that the best spot Alright. 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 What do you got to offer? What are you doing, eh? Let's see what you got all about. Since you're basically the only other round thing in the game at the moment. We need to build camp. Like, not even a joke anymore. Like, why you released the build cam in the... I mean, I get why you had to in the other one. But you also need it in the decorating. I mean... Oh, I know. But there's a lot that we could do. With limited pieces, right? Hell, I had to, when I was building, I only had a handful. And they were all covered in snow on a hill 3 miles away from me. Yeah, we had nothing. We had no parts. Bare minimum. Bare minimum. Alright, so this is a good way to kind of see what I'm talking about, how when it rotates. You know, because you can see how that crosses over. Granted, this is also the dome, so it's kind of interesting, but... do anything with it, but Okay. That ain't bad. Look at that. Alright, alright, alright. We might, maybe. That's not horrible. Let's get a camera view of that. Ah, twist right here. Yeah, it's always that curve. It's these curves. Straight line, not bad. Curves again. How are you all doubling up? Oh, okay, you're not. All right, good. I mean, not good, but... This might be a little bit better. It looks a little more in line. And again, not perfect, but... It looks a lot better spatially, doesn't it? I got a window and an upper twisted. Not sure what you mean by that, but I'm sure it's cool. Ah, shit. Forgot I had to build and blah, blah, blah. Ah. Like, how do you know if you are centered to that thing? Do you know what I mean? That's how I see it. I see. You in. See what I'm seeing? I don't know if you are or not. I don't know if this is actually working or not, but it seems to make sense. Alright, see this line on the bottom here? And then I try to line those two up, the top and the bottom. Like, so it doesn't matter where I'm standing, as long as those two lines line up. I want to say that's correct. I mean, I could be way off freaking kilt, but, you know. It seems like a good idea. And, you know, as much as I'm trying to get as close as possible, also thinking about food. I don't think I actually have much of it. I took up grocery shopping. Definitely this week. Groceries are so damn expensive. Barely afford to eat these days. This will be the telltale right here. Suborbital shipyard base. Ooh. That would be killer. I can already tell you it's not going to work. I can see it right now. Yeah, do it. Right there. Boom. But let's see if it's... See if there's another mark I'm missing. That might fill in now. But it looks like we might only need to fix a couple, you know what I mean? Some of them are actually, a good portion of them aren't too bad. And that's before I started doing that little... Let's give that a shot, see if that works. Maybe maybe I might be on to something. Alright, here, this one. Yeah, well, so that's collision bubble, all right? And because we don't have a build camera, it's my body, my character's position more than anything else, I think. So I'm trying to see if what I'm talking about with those two things, those two lines kind of lining up, I want to see if that actually holds any, or if I'm just full of nothing, because I need to go. You know what? I need to, because I started doing that thing, and those look pretty uniform after that. But like my first set, I didn't do that. I hadn't noticed that. So I'm wondering if that's how I get that alignment. If it is, then yeah, we're going to get considerably better circles. Yeah. I think I might be onto something here. I could be full of crapola, but I want to say what I'm seeing is significantly more symmetrical than what we've been getting recently. That looks way more symmetrical, doesn't it? I knew that was going to happen, but I did it anyway. I don't know. What do you think? A little wide here. But I think in terms of how we've been doing lately, this looks the most uniform I've seen yet. Like, even in height and distance. Yeah, we might be onto a little something here. Like, I can't release a tutorial until we have a more definitive way of doing things. You know what I mean? Okay, so that center line, that V. That's not bad. That's not freaking bad. And it's flatter than I've seen it before. Alright, I'm not counting the chicken, so to speak, but that's... I think I may have stumbled on how to line it up. Yeah. For now. Give me a second. Not till I freaking turn off my camera. Well, for manual placement, the closest we can get to a perfect, you know? We can't snap. And they won't, you know, they haven't given us an angled, you know, an angled half and an adjoining, like, some sort of a large, and that's what we need. Ah! Okay, Firefly, think where they're eating, you know, where they eat and they congregate, right? Or hell, even their landing bay is big, you know? You know, for cargo. I get it, there are limitations in this game, in program. This thing sucks. Don't like that one. Because I noticed once I started getting those lines to line up, you know, I'm like, wait a minute, maybe that's where my twist is coming from, you know what I mean? Because we don't have a build kit, we can't line up that way. Oh, could you imagine if we found the perfect distance to make him, like, open? Excuse me. Alright, this one, I kind of want to do that one over again, I think. But yeah, that's pretty freaking uniform. That one's a little wide. Alright, let's redo this one. Excuse me, my apologies. That's a parsnip. Mm-hmm. Dude, I dream about this crap when I have a problem. Sometimes it's beneficial. Sometimes it leads to a restless night's sleep. Alright, so we want... You're gonna be what? You're that one. Excuse me. See, so no matter where my body is, you see this line and this line here? I'm trying to line those two up. I don't know if I'm... It could be just pure freaking coincidentally luck. Or it could mean that that's, you know, how to line this crap up. I don't know. Because you got to figure the perspective of the game, right? Oh, you know, I've been hanging out in the music lounge. Figuring people would just hang out and join and build and chat, listen to mellow tunes. But no, I get a few people, but it's about to, you know, chilling, listening to different music. Yeah. Yeah. Pork, yeah. Aha! Victory is mine. I think this is not bad. It ain't perfect, but that's the best I've seen it yet. Like, seriously. That's a schism. Alright, so if you're doing that, right, it's going to be, I bet you it would be crooked. Or like wide on one end. So what we're going to do, we're going to line up those two lines. Then bring our cursor over. Patow! Realize you're not in your build menu. Realign. I just did, actually. Every time you apply your edit or modify your whatever. But it does not hurt to do it again. Yeah, how close? Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, that would make sense. That's that one. It's a little off. Okay. We're going to bring it out anyway, just kind of get it. I want to see where the next, and then if we have to do an adjustment, we'll do an adjustment. Right, yeah, so... But I think this is the best circle we've made yet. Like, seriously. Yeah, it's all about getting that line... This one here. To line up with that one. See, if I'm off like that... See what I mean? And we're doing this... It's gonna, and I wish we were quicker where we could go back and forth. So, we're gonna try and get that centered. Then just bring in our cursor. We're moving our body first, right? To get those lines aligned. Pop. And realize again that you're spending so much time doing one thing that you didn't realize that. Oh. Alright, so see, I'm okay. If you're using a controller like I am, you're using your left stick right now to move your character. You're lining up those two lines, then dropping your cursor in. And please try different things. You know, this is. I spend more time, everyone's like, you never build stuff. I'm like, yeah, because I'm doing this. Trying to find the best ways to go about, you know, technique, tools, giving everybody else the tools, you know, if I can, and anyone I can. Anyone who will listen to me, damn it. All right, let's see if we're at all close or right, or are we way off? That looks pretty freaking dandy to me. Like, remember when we were doing it the other way? Got a new one. Okay, I think this might be our, at least for now. Unless somebody else finds something better, then please. Well, I've been told I have a strange eye. Yeah. Keep hoping there. I think that's one of the better circles. Flatness, circumference. I mean, yeah, I see a couple things. But, I mean, some of it's the lighting and shadow, too, so. But, if you follow that line, it's not wonky like we were having it before. The heights are more uniform. Yeah. Yeah. One more time, yeah? Alright. Okay, so where are we here? I think we're... I probably need to put that piece in there. That would help me. And this is why you have to build that platform, by the way. For moments just like that. And because it really doesn't matter right now on our, you're at 100 pieces. Yeah, kiss my 100 pieces. Give me more, damn it, give me more. I want it all, and I want it now. Come here now. I think it's this one. Alright, this is a little weird because that line's all funky. But I think even so. Even so. We can build this part. Alright, that didn't work. We can build this UFO. There we go. Damn it, too late. Missed your moment. I'm like, Bill, get thing right. Oh yeah, you kind of need to be in this other area right now. Yeah, it is all about your character position, it seems. Come on. If I hesitate too long sometimes, it gets too, like, Hey. How you doing? Can we have some doors, please? I know. We're asking the moon. I get it. It's just because we love this game so much, you know? We just want to continue to have reasons to play it. And, you know, we finally have, like, you know, build ships. Look at that. Is that good or no? Come over to the left a little bit, but... Yeah, a little bit. Enough to be weird about? Yeah. I think just the fact that this is one of the better looking ones I've done so far. This might be the one for now. Alright, who goes here? Uh-oh. In here. Did I mess up somewhere? I did. One. Yeah, I messed up. Wrong line. Okay. Let's redo. I think I chose the wrong line. Although it kind of doesn't look like it, does it? No. Alright. You are who? Actually, you know what? Oh! Let's get rid of that anyway. I just don't feel right about it. Right here. Here. That is right. Blurb. It's not perfect markings. No, it's not. Yeah, but I probably should have checked that first. No, it is. I'm just using the wrong. Aha. Kinda hate this camera, to be honest. I was right, it's here. That's gonna be that one. That one. Yeah. Okay. That. Let's start with that one. Said what? You said what now? You're the best around. Reasons of a girl to get you down. I just don't think that's nice. I know I'm doing them one by one, but I just kind of want to. Okay. Again, it's not perfect, but it's one of the better ones, I gotta say. I know I keep saying that, but it really is. Now we just do one more. We're good. You are that one. And I don't even know how many sides we have. Oh, we should have checked that out. Right, there we are. Okay, again, I'm going to try to line up those lines. Put my cursor in. Time sure does fly when you're playing No Man's Sky, as I've always called it, the time vampire. Yeah, that is one of the better frickin' more symmetrical, more flat, more, yeah, I think this is my method for now. And I can kind of make a tutorial based on it at some, maybe. Alright. We're going to get into camera. Tag slate. I don't know. Technically, yes, but and the cool thing is you can probably, now at least you're not like wildly guessing. Am I, in the right, am I standing in the right spot? We got a couple of spots that are a little wider. There, that one. But we could go back in and adjust, you know, and just now we know, okay, maybe I was a little off, and you kind of, you know, but yeah, when those lines align, when the spirits align. All right, let's add some stuff. Although you know what we have to do, right? We gotta flip all that. We gotta double it up. We're gonna make an UFO. A UFO. Alright, bang. Bang. Thank you. I was gonna be like, I bet you I'm not on my center block. But, you know, BFD, we can figure out how to deal with it, right? Okay, so now we get rid of all this. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang. Bring that one there. Bang, and a bang. A bang. Bang, bang. And so that's how you save right there, basically. Just apply your edit, come back in, modify. I usually do a double like this. I'll come in, I'll build something, I'll delete it, I'll apply the edit again. And then I'm like, restore point saved, you know? So, all right. Now we got to double everything up. That shouldn't take too long. I'm just stoked that this is one of the better looking circles, and we're also going to be at an area where this will be our landing gear. We could use the internals here. We could build a square, you know. We could bring this in a little bit and actually have an interior if you wanted to. And we should probably count this, huh? All right, hold on. All right, I'm going to hit the nip. Somebody count. Please. Damn it. And even this is how I know we did a decent job. Look at that. We're lined up to that pad there. Boom. Right? I mean, granted, I could do that with the camera and make the perspective happen, but... yeah, we're lined up with all those pads. Aha! For this style? Yeah. Well, I mean... Who started this again? Who figured the circle out? For the hat for this? I can't remember. Where's my nip? Yeah, I think it's that two-line lineup that lets you know. Who's the first person to make a Corvette UFO without using Blender would be? No, not at all, Lee. This is hand placement. You can't beat snap placement. I mean, obviously. That just isn't going to happen. Did we figure it out? Nobody counted for me? $16. Okay, that's what I figured. All right, let's do it now. Do it. Yeah, we didn't do too shabby. That is the key. All right, the round dome thing, who would have thought? Here I'm looking for this little frickin'... Ooh. We're going to have to try because they're very different collision. Alright, we need to get... I'm sorry, I got to get serious here. What time is it again? Do I have to... I do have to... we can get away with a bit. We can get away with a little bit here. Ow! Just whack my hand. Alright, so now we gotta double everything up, right? Yeehaw. Yay. We don't need you now, because you're connected to here. That can go. You still have our basics, you'll always have a center point. We're gonna connect you to you. We're gonna get rid of you. And we're gonna scoot you over. And now we've got a lollipop. Alright, and then we're going to apply our edits. Then we're going to go in again. Going to modify. Build one. Delete it. Apply the edit. Start point save. Just make sure you see that. I didn't see it that last time. Alright, and now, once we've done that, now we can start the double up process, which is, oh, so much fun. You know what, let's make our lives a little easier. It's still pretty freaking uniform, isn't it? I think we got it, folks. I think we got a decent way to make a halfway decent circle. Again, it is nowhere near perfect. But for what we're doing, this should work just fine. Oh yeah. I'm doing something. Actually, you know what? Don't need to do that now. But I do need to do it after. But it's easier to do it this way. So, we can get this kind of out of the way. And to keep the stair from deleting when you turn your room, or when you when you turn your room rather, excuse me. Try not to soft lock again. African sucks. You definitely want to probably start thinking about saving more often. Hint, hint to me. As well as a warning to all of you. Especially since I'm pretty certain the game does not like what we're doing here. I mean, it may. Why did I just do that? That made no sense. Like, I don't see how people have a problem with this technique. I mean, I could move that down and delete that, I suppose. That would be quicker. My safe word is lollipop. Just going with the lollipop thing we were just doing earlier. Don't mind me. Pay no attention to the man behind the UFO. Alright, so now we'll go back in. Modify. I should probably do the double save, but I'm not going to bother. Alright, now we know we're not going to be out that far. All we wanted was to give ourselves a little room, right? Get a little breathing space so we could turn things and not feel cramped and get done what we want to get done. Work smart, not hard. See? I knew you were ready. I saw it. No blender, baby. Although, believe me, if I knew how to use blender, I'd be getting crap out of it right about now. After I saw what Crisscross did with it, I'm like, damn it, how do I do that? I want to do that. How do I get to do that? I wonder. I know now, but pretty. But you could do a yeah, no, because that would have to be. I think if you came out a little bit, we might be able to do some sort of like a with the doors. All right, let's get into that right now. Oh, lollipop. Until we move the cockpit, and then we'll. Once we figure out where that's going to go. And restore point saved. Perfect. All right. Still don't trust it, but we'll let it. We'll let it go for now. Alright. Bump. And then I usually just start with whatever I'm looking at. But you could get wacky. I do all kinds of wacky stuff. Granted, you will run out of parts very quickly. So I would recommend something on the smaller side. But it's a good size to be. Depends on what you want for room. You know, because you can still get, you know, some halves in here. Probably want to rotate them. You know, so you would maybe do landing gear. And then you could do that's a light on that. Maybe you were just gonna, yeah, do that. Now, excuse me. There are all kinds of adjustments you can make for any of this, right? We can bring this up. We can bring all of these down. See where I'm going? Doesn't really matter. Okay? It's your choice on how you want to make it work. The hard part was making that circle. But I think using those guidelines, okay, we're going to move the link. We're going to try moving the landing gear on my current UFO. And I'm going to need an extra piece, though. Although the spinny thing I could get away with. I'd rather 2 or 4 of those things all the way around, but whatever. Alright, so we don't really need this right now anyway, because we have it all here. So we'll start with my usual part, right? Or you could, you know, do a ring of these if you wanted to, just to be wacky. Although they won't all work, but it would look really cool. Where it gets annoying. But sometimes it just has to be close enough, right? True. But Darkwood, I don't know when you left or how long you've been here, but this circle is probably the best version in terms of like lack of collision bubble problem. It lines up with all of the pads here. I mean, yeah, is it a little off? Yes, but is it way better than anything we've had to date? By far. Like, seriously. Alright, we're gonna go with my part. And, as usual, pattern is however you deem, you know, you want to make your pattern. You can, you know, because you're gonna see it's gonna do all these wacky things, right? And it stays pretty consistent with this part, but you can get, you know, other things to go on too, or try, you know, extending it out a little bit. See what we get. That looks like it'd probably be pretty smooth, right? Just for ha-has, let's bring it out a little further. And we can half step all this. layers. Now, if we could connect the halves, it'd be great because you could have like a deck, you know, like you could, like Star Trek, you know, just like Star Trek or any other, any other sci-fi thing you can think of, you know, on some level. But what you could do is, you know, again, you're sort of skinning around what you're going to be in. Taking into account, you need to keep some sort of square, rectangular, step pyramid interior, you know, after you've done all this stuff, right? And you don't have to go that way. You could, I mean, again, it's, you know, I think we just got lucky and got a really great way to make a decent circle. Yeah, and see where it can get really confusing. But, you know, and this whole circle with those windows, we could have rotated everything and gone, you know, with the door going outwards, you know. No worries, Lee. Ooh, excuse me. I'm gonna have to get rolling soon. Yeah, actually, I should have been rolling a bit ago. You know, you could work from the inside out and, you know, just kind of get all kinds of wacky. And this is a good test of your pattern, of how good your circle is looking at the symmetrical pattern. Is it perfect? No. Are we getting shadows so it looks weird? Yes. But, you know, for what we need it for, I'm happy with that. Alright, deal. Alright. I mean, again, for what we needed for it, this is more than fine. And now that I know how to get, like, lined up, that was the problem, is I couldn't figure out how to line up. You know, everything was always a little off. And I'm wondering what other, you know, circular bits are on there. I'll have to take a look at that piece. James, welcome to the A-Class membership. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. 07 to James. Again, not perfect, but I'll take this. Alright, let's get rid of the outer bit. Cat bus driver. I don't get why this wasn't a stock issue. Any monstrosity we wanted with free placement. Well, yes, that would be our dream, obviously. But, you know, still gotta let, and here's another great test on this one. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. Yeah, that's the best I've had it so far, to date. Shazam. Proof is in the pudding right there, my friend. Ah. A little warbly there, but that could be lighting. Yeah, and it gets weird when you warp them over, obviously. Oh. But yeah, remember before we'd have all these weird pinched, did not look this uniform. Tutorial. I'm gonna do another run on it to just, you know, I can't, you know, we could have gotten lucky here. But I think this should be a tutorial. I don't know. What do you think? I think we can make that. I think now we have something a little bit more solidified, not just, all right, free place and hope for the best. Now we can be like, all right, this is going to get you a lot closer. Because I'm looking, you know, I see a little bit of warble here-ish. Right on, James. But I'm glad you said something. Good to see. I mean, we always know, you know, fold over is fold over, right? And we could probably get a little bit more precise because that's a little bit of a height thing where, you know, where I was on the lip, the reference point. But Yeah, like here, you know, right there, that one. But that could also just be the game. Yeah, no, I'm stoked with that. Again, nowhere near perfect, but man, yeah, here, right here. Edge here. All the way up to about that warble. It's pretty good. We have achieved donut. Oh, if somebody could do one of those pixel art homers for me. Oh, that'd be great. Alright, connect the modules, save, blah, blah, blah. Now we could start bringing this in or stepping it out, depending on, you know, whatever you felt like doing. And because you have a double up, you know, you can do some other wacky things with other pieces. You know. Save yourself a bunch of heartache. And come on. And eventually we'll find it. Just have to kind of, I just keep turning stuff, noodling until it finally says okay. Although sometimes you might get locked out. Yeah. Or just try to do like one direction at a time. Tell me I can't build a circle in my favorite game. True test right here. Sometimes it's really just about, you know, trial and error. Things sometimes work. I mean, why? But it's still neat, you know, flying art. I mean, come on. Like, I'm not going to do this kind of silliness. I'm a wackoid. But in order to prove the point of, you know, how much better of a circle process we've discovered since the first one, you know, could we call it the almost perfect UFO circle? We'll call it almost perfect. The almost perfect. Little warbles here and there, but what kind of ship is that? No blender. Everyone can do. UFO abstractia. I could see the warbles, but some of that is lighting. Some of it is definitive, where the lines are. We can see that. But again, for our purposes, this is pretty freaking good. Like, I am stoked. Much easier, much less time consuming. If I had more time, I would make another one, but I'm still saying about an hour setup and everything. Because you need to have that platform in order to be able to, you know, look around. Actually, from this perspective, those lines are a lot better than I thought. This one's way off. This whole section will be, but I gotta say, I think we have something decent to work with, my friends. And that was my goal. And we have achieved it this evening. I'm like, there's got to be, you know, a different, better method. I'm like, what am I missing? What am I not looking at? Really? I'm going to go try the Nexus again. I want to bring my current UFO over there. Although my very first ship, which is probably my favorite because it's just simple, it flies nice. Now I'm kind of bummed that I didn't know a couple other tricks, but not saying I can't rework it a little bit, bring it into the body shop, hammer it out a little. What was I just looking for? Something. What the hell was I looking for? Oh yeah. See, that's interesting. The craziness that you can do is, I mean, granted, 100 parts. Evolved Finch, what's going on? What do you mean, gorilla? What you mean? Why will you not go into your home? Oh, don't even tell me you're not a double up. I knew it. I knew that happened. I freaking knew it. You son of a biscuit. Okay. All right. All right. We gotta do what we gotta do. We'll do it. Freaking knew it. Son of a biscuit. Oh, yeah, no. Change the color and all of a sudden it's different, though. Change the piece. That's what I love about this, you know. One part, single design. Yeah, this is definitely candy. You know, we got a flying piece of candy here, you know. Hey, look at that. And that's where it starts to get really bloody confusing. So what I would probably do is not what we're doing, and it would be a bunch of half step. We'd start out a little wider, and then we'd start bringing everything in. And we would do the top last so we could see what the heck we were doing with the side. All right, folks, I got to get rolling here. I need to eat some food, and then I got to go to bed. And then I got to work tomorrow. And it's going to be a long day, so I probably will not be streaming tomorrow. But I think I think I have gotten a good basic circle for round stuff here. Now, if we can only get things upside down and, you know, vertical, you know, and be able to get into it, we'll see what they do with all this. You know, I mean, there could be some freighter update stuff, sort of things. I don't know, but you know, one thing at a time. For now, this is fun enough, and we're having a good time with it. And we're discovering stuff, and we're still learning, and we're still creating, and that's all that really matters. So, all right, y'all. Thanks again. Let me see if there's anybody. Oh, you know what? I don't even know where my freaking phone is. Because that's how much I can't stand my phone. Where is my phone? It was right here somewhere. Oh well, we'll find it at some point. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to all the new subscribers. I really appreciate it. We're getting near that 2,000 subscriber mark, so kind of hoping we can get there at some point. You know, no pressure. Thanks for being here. We got a decent circle. I'm pretty stoked about that, and I think we can even get it a little bit better. Just by spending a little more time. All right, y'all. Thanks again. Until next time, this has been me, Kevin C. here at Action Pants Gaming, wishing all of you out there in the No Man's Skyverse a little bit of love, peace, and Starship Grease. Get your action pants on, get out there, start building some more UFOs and other starships, and don't forget about your terrain building. You know, come on, that's where it all started. All right, y'all, have a great one. We'll see you soon. Bye, everybody.
Action Pants Gaming. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. Laid back. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Throwing parts. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right.